Well, they are things that come to a dead end. And I think in that dead end, there's always a
Hey everybody, welcome to the Young Turks. What day is it? Why can't I remember that?
Wednesday.
Anyway, regardless of the day.
It's October the 21st, 2015. Come on, John.
Yes, that was
I thought that was like a
Wednesday
question. I totally thought that was Future Day.
I thought this was a setup, right?
Yeah, I thought that was, right. Yeah.
So it's Back to the Future Day, and that is actually going to play into one of the stories that we have later on in the first hour. So everybody tweeting, making memes about Back to the Future. Well, the Republicans want to get in on it too. And that and a bunch of other stories we're going to be talking about. The people going to be talking about it, myself, Elliot Hill of The Lip, who's been in several times recently. Very good to have you back. Thank you. Ben misses you. He wishes that he could be here as well, but he's off supposedly doing something else. And Jared Jackson, so I was going to ask, why are you sitting at the desk?
I'm new here. I wanted to come and just see how this whole thing works.
It barely does. But JR, in the first hour, he's going to be taking us through some of these stories, which is going to be fun. And in the second hour, I'm going to be staying on. We're going to have Karamo is going to be back. Hassan is going to be here. You've probably seen him on his segment of Pop Trigger. And Hannah Cranston is going to be leading us through that hour. So a lot of fun stories in both the first and second hours. And starting off here, we have some pretty big stories, actually. Major news in terms of the election. After months of will he or won't he, Joe Biden is now officially out. He's not going to be running for the Democratic nomination for the presidency, despite many rumors that he was gearing up fundraising-wise, gathering some potential endorsements. Turns out not the case. Here he is speaking with the president.
As my family and I have worked through the grieving process, I've said all along, what I've said time and again to others, that it may very well be that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president. That it might close. I've concluded it has closed. Unfortunately, I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination. But while I will not be a candidate, I will not be silent.
So there you have it. He's not going to be running, but he will be being involved in the election, speaking out on certain issues. Now, we got, shortly after that, a preview of some of the issues he's going to be talking about. But before we get to the other parts of his remarks, what is your immediate reaction to Biden dropping out?
I think timing's interesting. I think he's probably about the last possible moment that he could make this announcement and it not seem as though it was linked to the Benghazi hearings or anything else that came on the back of what Hillary may or may not face as a result of that. So I think his timing was kind of like now or never. I think it's also interesting because I think it avoids that conflict. Listen, he had a lot of support. There was a groundswell of support. He's incredibly popular with Democrats. He's at 75% approval rating. He's the hugger, right? He's the hugger and he's the carer and the sharer.
He's got the gas,
right? But it all changes as soon as you actually put your. It's one thing to kind of speculate, but it all changes very, very dramatically. Once you actually announce.
Yes,
and I think he was sensing that the opinion polls were not necessarily favourable or sufficiently favourable for him. But I think from the Democrats' point of view, I think it avoids that awkward civil war that he was hinting at. And you mentioned at the top there that he'd been sort of making some soundings and some rumblings.
Talking to some unions.
Well, he'd also be those comments that he'd made about Hillary's her role in the whole takedown of bin Laden and who advised and whether she had been on the fence and so
if he had actually supported it.
Correct. So I get a sense that there's probably some sighs of relief amongst the staffers that he's actually not going to be involved.
So I guess the question is always, there's always speculation of what a politician was thinking before he was going to run or not run. And then when they make the decision, when they say, I'm going to go home and spend time with my family, we always know that it means none of that. Because they're not going home and spending any time with their family. So, I mean, I was one of those guys that was a Biden supporter before Obama stepped into the spotlight back in 08. I was like, I'm a Joe Biden guy. Because I liked how real he was. So even though I believe a lot of things he says is real and valid and he's straightforward with people, I still had to speculate. I said, when did he actually decide this? Was it really yesterday? Was he waiting for the first debate to be over and be like, I wonder how everyone's going to fare, what they're going to say to see where I can find my niche, where I fit in this race? And maybe after he didn't see that, or maybe he really is still grieving, or they just got over the grieving of their son, and then this is not a good time because it's so late and he can't really catch up, especially with the fundraising part, which he could. But I didn't come up with an answer yet of exactly how that panned out.
Yeah.
He said it was the reason. Do I take him at face value?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to question when you say that's your reason, because obviously that is something that affects you.
And apparently Bo wanted him to run.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what he had leaked. Yes.
Right. But he himself had leaked that, which is,
Right.
I have to say, is a little unseemly.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm assuming he didn't want it to come out that he was the one.
Right. But who else is gonna leak it?
Yeah, a nurse perhaps. I'm not sure. But yeah, and that is an interesting fact as well. Now, as you all say, Joe Biden very popular. I think most people, like a lot of Republicans, even like him. But to me, he's always seemed. I mean, he's run for the presidency before. He's served as vice president, so he is certainly an ambitious guy. But he doesn't strike me to have the same sort of passionate ambition that perhaps he had when he was younger, or that other Democrats have currently. He doesn't seem like a guy who desperately needs to be president.
Right.
And it is simply so difficult to get through the primary, let alone the general election, to raise the money, to make the sorts of promises and commitments that you have to get that far, that if you don't have 100, as he says, 110% to get into it, then I never really saw him running. And even if he did, he doesn't have a set of core driving issues of the sort that like Bernie Sanders has, or even Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton doesn't even need it to the same extent that he does, because she can rely on the fact that people are very familiar with her from her time in the White House previously, from her time as a senator. Joe Biden is a easy getting along kind of guy. He's fairly moderate, but I mean, how many of the people who he polls very well with of the Democrats could list 10 of his his policy stances?
He's a mediator for sure, and he's a placater, and that's that kind of need for coalition and building foreign policy, that desire to stretch across the aisle. And he called, again, just going back to it, he called Hillary out for naming the Republicans as the enemy, whereas he saw them as the opposition, not the enemy.
Yeah. So why don't we actually talk about that, because we have that quote here. So he had previously said something like this several days ago. He said it again in the remarks after the video that you saw previously. He said, I believe that we have to end the divisive partisan politics that is ripping this country apart. I don't believe, like some do, that it's naive to talk to Republicans. I don't think we should look at Republicans as our enemies. They are our opposition. They're not our enemies. And for the sake of the country, we have to work together. It's possible if that was a Barack Obama speech that he was reading right there, because it sounds strikingly like the president. And I think that a lot of regular people like to hear that sort of thing, because they wish we could go back to a time before the endless bickering and attacks and lack of any real action in Washington. But I don't necessarily think that the Democratic primary audience wants to hear that. We've gotten that from Barack Obama.
So I guess that's the question, because that's one of the things. As you said, it sounds a lot like Obama. But it's one of the problems that Obama had, was not accepting the fact that, okay, everyone loves those words. For the sake of the country, we have to work together. But working together requires another party, not necessarily, I'm not saying political party, but in this case it is, but the other half to work with you. You can't continue to try to work with someone and then they refuse. Everything that you give, or everything that you even say you have a stance on, it turns into you're trying to destroy the country. You're evil. We hate you. Why would you do this to the country? You know what you know?
And we even do that to the other side.
Fighting. Yeah, it's always fighting. And then even when you're going to legislate, in the few moments when Republicans do decide to work with someone, it's the reason why John Boehner's getting run out. Because one time he said, okay, you know what we shouldn't do? We shouldn't continue to shut down governments. We shouldn't continue to stop, to limit any raising of debt ceiling. Let's actually do something to legislate. And they said, that's not Republican way. How could you do this to us?
Well, they're right. It's not the current
right. So I mean, it's a utopia that doesn't exist right now in our time.
It is curious though that you've got a sitting vice president eligible to run, and he isn't going to run. You said he had two fairly disastrous attempts previously in 88 and 08, right, where he kind of like, it ended early, pretty calamitously and fairly ignominiously for him. But notwithstanding that, it is kind of unusual, is it not?
To not run,
To not run, having being sitting VP.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's the ambitious thing. It's possible. It's a political calculus that he honestly thought his chances were too low, either looking at the polls or behind the scenes talking to the people with the money. After all, he would have begun the race with $0 in the bank compared to $77 million for Hillary Clinton, which you pointed out, he can raise a lot of money. I'm sure that he could. Can he match Hillary Clinton? That I'm not so sure of. So to open up a campaign for months more of attacking each other, President Obama would have then been basically forced to support Biden, which would have hurt Hillary as well.
Right.
And that's a rough situation.
One of the presidents said something like, "Don't put me in this position, man."
You son of a bitch, you better get out. Now, Hillary Clinton, a very classy response. She tweeted, "VP is a good friend and a great man, today and always, inspired by his optimism and commitment." That was cool. That was a classy transition, by the way.
I like that.
Today and always, this tweet coming from the year 3000. Today and always, inspired by his optimism and commitment to change the world for the better. There's no cause for a nicer tweet than a political opponent dropping out of a race. They're always really nice. Donald Trump is always nice to the Republicans.
He was drop out. He was nice too. He said he would rather run against Hillary because she's got a worse record. So that's a backhanded compliment.
That was. He said he has a slightly better, less disastrous record. And by the way, Bernie Sanders also said Joe Biden's a good friend. He praised his lifetime of public service and for all that he's done for the nation.
You forgot the last. I think the graphics had a problem on Hillary Clinton's tweet. It ended with hashtag.
It would have done a little bit of damage to her. I think that in the end, I think she would have ended up being fine, and so I think that Biden. I think that he helps whatever the legacy is that he wants to have coming out of his time. I mean, he's been in politics for 4 decades. I think that he has a good reputation. He did good work on the East Coast, and eventually the White House. I think that this is the right move for him. Now, in terms of what would be the right move for the Republican Party in the House, let's switch over to that. The search for the next Speaker of the House has been a complete mess over the past few weeks. We had McCarthy at one point. Then he was forced out, strong-armed out of the race by the Freedom Caucus and other extreme right-wingers in the Republican Party in the House. But now here comes Paul Ryan to possibly make everything right again in the world. But he's coming with a list of demands. Now, before he announced that he would consider going for the speakership, the Freedom Caucus put forward their list of demands, which we'll get to, and they're fairly strict, fairly stringent. But he's saying he will be the unity representative, the one who brings these different groups together, if he gets unanimous endorsements from the Freedom Caucus, the House Freedom Caucus, the Republican Study Committee, and the Tuesday Group, which is a more moderate caucus in the Republican Party in the House. But here are some of his demands. First, he refuses to agree to anything in advance of being elected Speaker. He will not pre-commit to anything the Freedom Caucus wants. And as I said before, that is a pretty long list, including being willing to shut down the government, not raise the debt ceiling unless there's significant entitlement reform tied to it. Second, he wants the Freedom Caucus to publicly endorse him for Speaker, even without the agreements ahead of time. This would require 4/5 of the Freedom Caucus to vote to support him. And third, he wants the Freedom Caucus to agree to rules changes that would vastly limit their power moving forward. He wants to eliminate their ability to oust a sitting speaker by making a motion to vacate the chair. Oof. So that's something that Boehner had to continually worry about during his time. I totally understand why Paul Ryan wouldn't like it, but they must be in fairly desperate straits if they would be willing to, a group that has such a strong sense of their own power, to be willing to agree to these things. And they're currently endorsing Representative Daniel Webster of Florida, but who the hell even knows who that is? And so they need someone like Paul Ryan, perhaps.
They do, but I think their own hubris will get in the way, to be honest with you. These are 40 individuals whose constituency we don't really know. We know the 9 founders. You said it was founded in January of this year. It's relatively recent. They're extremely secretive. They're on the far right of the Tea Party. A lot of them are Tea Party, ex-Tea Party. It just wasn't stringent enough for them. They just won't sting to their principles enough.
They became such bleeding hearts in the Tea Party.
So sensitive to everything all of a sudden. They were just like, what is going on? So, and you're right, they need 80% majority amongst their 40 or so in order to endorse. And because of the constituency, because of the makeup of the House at the moment, they've got it by the balls. Because those 40 votes make all the difference between that 218, getting over that 218 mark or not. So they really are the kingmakers here, and it is troubling. And they know that, and they are taking it to brinkmanship. And I think their response to his demands, such that they are, which seem very reasonable, indicates that they're in no mood to contemplate being dictated to, because really that goes against their whole philosophy. Their whole philosophy is less top down, much more rank and file involvement, engagement, and he is basically saying the opposite. He's saying, I want to build a bridge. Yeah, but I want to be
Julius Caesar, actually. I don't want to make him sound any cooler than he actually is. Julius Caesar obviously has a somewhat troubling record, but yeah, exactly. He wants to be. He says he's willing to take arrows to the chest, but not the back. I question whether he's willing to take the arrows to the chest, but it is a cool turn of phrase. He doesn't want to live like John Boehner did, constantly worried about being attacked, constantly being attacked by those farther to the right, or not even necessarily farther to the right, but those without, from Boehner's point of view, a sufficient respect for the workflow of the speakership and the House, and government generally. Right, those who have no interest in the way things typically have worked.
I love a good indignant fight. I mean, you got two sides that are pissed. So, I mean, one side is flexing their power, putting their chest out. We're kingsmakers. We ran John Boehner out. You know what we can do to you. You need to agree to these terms. But Paul Ryan is thinking, well, you need me. So, it's like you just won the lottery and you have a shit job. You're going to say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll come back and I'll keep being the custodian, but I don't have to sleep. So it's just the way it works. So I'm actually looking forward to see who folds first. And Paul Ryan could possibly walk out and say, I don't need this. You need me.
And so he doesn't really need it.
And he's in control of the contract negotiation.
Yeah. Right. And as one of the tweets, I think, said, well, he's done this because then he can just walk away and say, well, at least I tried.
I tried to be the adult in the room.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I mean, listen, John Boehner's out at the end of the month. October 30th, he's done.
Yeah, we're supposed to have a vote next week.
They're supposed to agree on this on Friday as to whether they want to go for him. And then you're right, then they're supposed to have a vote next week to inaugurate or to seal to decide whoever it's going to be.
Which, by the way, I'm kind of on Paul Ryan's side because one of their demands, of course, they want the next speaker to refuse to raise the debt limit, debt ceiling, unless it's tied to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So as soon as he walks in a week and a half, he has to agree to these things that on his first role as new speaker is going to blame him and the party for shutting down the government again and refusing all these things that they refused before there was a problem last time. So who wants that job?
Yeah. And exactly the reason that John Boehner left. It was I was going to say it was this sort of thing, but no, it's this exact thing. Don't raise the debt ceiling unless they're willing to set fire to the social safety net. Now, there was one other requirement that he had, which actually makes me feel a little bit bad for John Boehner that he didn't have something like this. But he says, I cannot and will not give up my family time. This is a job where you are expected to be on the road about 100 days a year. Our kids are 10, 12, and 13, and I'm not going to do that. Now, John Boehner apparently spent 3 weekends out of every month fundraising, which, if that's the only fundraising he's doing, is probably less than other congressmen, but it's still a significant amount of time. I want to help out Paul Ryan and every politician by getting money out of politics, but until then, he doesn't want that. But unfortunately, that would be giving him privileges that the vast majority of Americans don't have on the job, especially those at the lower end of the economic totem pole. The United States remains the only developed country with no guaranteed paid family leave policy, and Republicans have blocked President Barack Obama's attempts to make it law. Most workers say they have access to unpaid leave thanks to the Family Medical Leave Act of 1993, again, passed under a Democrat. But only 53% of workers report being able to take some type of paid leave for their own illness, and only 39% report being able to take some type of paid family leave for the birth of a child. And understand that some type can mean a lot of different things in different contexts. So he wants the sort of situation that we want for all Americans.
Yes, he wants that flexibility, which is very nice. And as you said, it's great that he can be in that position to dictate that. It just seems a little bit counterintuitive to the philosophy of his party.
Exactly.
I mean, it's going to be that way. I don't know. When it comes to comparing it to what we get as Americans, normal job-having Americans, compared to these guys, they get all kinds of things, So
that's true.
We can expect that they're going to expect more. I mean, we don't get all of August off. But every year, there's the August recess that came right after the July 4th recess.
But it's a tough pill to swallow, I think, just for him to list out those demands and then say, oh yeah, one other thing, I just don't want to work weekends and I want to be able to go home with my family, so I just have to. I'm a family guy.
Fridays are half days.
I mean, casual Fridays,
it's about party Fridays. No, it's almost like he's going.
He really doesn't want this job.
No,
He really doesn't want this job.
I think about it
dare you to kick me out. I dare you to kick me out of this position because after you do, and things go south, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna come out looking good because I think he has further plans in the future for running for a higher office again. Anyway,
Perhaps, yeah.
So
Still young.
he still wants to look good.
But it can't be this Daniel Webster character who the Freedom Caucus have stood behind.
That might be a negotiating tactic as well to put forward someone.
Nobody knows who he is.
That's a good
Even
point.
the members of their own
They
his
just
own
last
party
name.
don't know who he is.
What they could do is they could bring in Eric Cantor and say, "This is Paul Ryan," and it might fool 65% of people.
That's probably true. I guess that makes sense from time to time. Look, we're in the business of generally we make big predictions. Feel free to make predictions. I have no idea what's going to happen next week because you would assume that if they were responsible, if this caucus was responsible, then they would settle for someone like Paul Ryan, who is no liberal, but they are fully willing to burn down the House of Representatives and everything else with it if they don't get their way. And so we can't expect them to act in a rational fashion. So who knows who they're going to put up for the speakership and whether they'll be able to get a majority or if this is going to stretch out even longer. Perhaps we'll find out next week. Okay, let's jump to one more story before we go to our first break. Ahmed Mohammed, the 14-year-old student who made national news when he got detained for bringing in a clock that his teachers and the principal thought was a bomb, is heading out. He's moving out of America with his family. Here's a quote from his father. "We are going to move to a place where my kids can study and learn, and all of them being accepted by that country in this case being Qatar." Now, you can imagine that since he and his family will be moving to Qatar, and he recently met with someone that many people consider to be a war criminal and a dictator. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Well, he is.
They
consider it because he is.
No, that is included in what I said. Yeah.
They consider it.
Yes. Yes. He is a war criminal. Sorry. Actually, I was speaking in the same fashion that you're going to see in this Fox stuff we're going to go to soon. So-called dictator. Anyway, I'm mostly trying to needle the right. They're not going to be happy about this because they considered him to be, at the very best, a suspicious little child. They continue to question, in this clip, whether he actually made the clock or if the clock was even a clock, but they're not happy about this move. Let's watch.
Just hours after meeting with President Obama at the White House, the clock kid, Ahmed Mohammed, announces that he is leaving the United States and moving to the Middle East. The Mohammed family deciding to relocate from Texas to Qatar after the teenager accepted a scholarship from the Qatar Foundation for Education, Science, and Community Development. Well, this is the latest honor for Ahmed after he was led out of school in handcuffs when a teacher mistook his so-called clock for a bomb. You can see a picture of it right there. Well, last week he was honored by a war criminal, the president of Sudan, who's accused of assisting in the genocide in Darfur.
So, I mean, the part obviously that I love about there is she called it a so-called clock.
Did it work? Did it work though? I didn't see it work. Oh, you believe?
It's a photo. If you saw it ticking in that photo, the only photo you can see it ticking in is Apple's new live photos, which I call videos. But I don't know if it actually ticked or if the battery life was very long.
So-called clock.
There's so many different angles with the story. We brought it this morning, and John wasn't too sold on it, but there's just, again, he met with the president of the Sudan, whose father ran against 2 times for president, and then now they're buddy with.
Which is a little strange.
Yeah, so you look up and you go, okay, what? And then but when you have reports that come in like this, and they start going, Qatar, and there was an article by Breitbart. There's multiple points in this where they point out Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Sudan, these dictatorial nations that are all in agreement. Well, Saudi Arabia. Let's not talk about how horrible they are, because when we need things from them, we're very nice. So, I mean, it all comes when you need it. But I looked up the Qatar Foundation of Education, Science, and Community Development, which the program the Young Innovators program he was accepted into for the scholarship. So as we throw that out there, like he's going to Qatar to go to this terrorism university, and then after learning terrorism, just the day after he met with Obama, what information did Obama give him to go take to Qatar? So I mean, it leaves these things in your head, which is why all the previous things about Obama being a Muslim and being un-American stays in the backs of Fox News brains like this, and it all gets connected. Connect the dots. So on their website, I don't know if I got permeated with any of the terrorism, but
you're being tracked by the FBI.
They point out how they have partner universities, including Carnegie Mellon University in Qatar, Texas A&M in Qatar, Georgetown University School of Foreign Service in Qatar, Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar, and Northwestern University in Qatar. All of those universities have terrorism ties, apparently. So you don't point those things out because it's this university, or it's a schooling for, I think they start from preliminary to doctorate level programs. So yeah, people can go to another country where there are bad things happening and get an education in this particular school. And another young innovator that was in the program at the Carnegie Mellon University in Qatar is currently pursuing his graduate studies at MIT. So he came back.
Cool.
All these, they openly boast these things because it's not a big deal. But I can understand having a problem wondering why he's meeting with a war criminal president, which we had a war criminal vice president this last cycle.
Yeah.
So it's painting the picture a certain way.
It's a very strange
look at
story overall.
It is a strange.
That's why I like the layers of this, though.
Yeah.
It's a curious thing for him to go to. I have to say, I'm going to be the bear in the room here.
Okay.
It's a curious thing for this kid, 14-year-old kid. His father's from Sudan. Okay. That's where he was born. His father was born. So in Sudan, he worked super hard. Came to New York, and he was a singing hot dog salesman or whatever, and worked his way through.
Was he really?
And now his son's made this clock, and he's got. But to go to Qatar, they're not known as a warm, fuzzy country. Their immigration policy isn't the best. They do have indentured slave trade there, which is what they're building. Their infrastructure they're building for the World Cup. All of those other things, all of that corruption, all of that economic disparity has been amply demonstrated and illustrated. So it is. So for me, it's just weird that this kid would then get offered a spot at this university to go there. I don't have a problem with him going.
It's a PR move. I mean, look, MIT.
Part of it is going. We got your American who you guys hate because, of course, all the quotes come to. I think they're talking about his father said, "We're going to move my family where there's no hate towards who we are. It's hard to go to school here." So it definitely is we're going to leave you behind because you guys rejected
But again, I had to say, I'm going to be the bear of them. Qatar is not a country that's known for its progressive human rights program and freedom of speech and freedom of anything. If it has per capita is the wealthiest country on the planet. So, but if you ain't wealthy, as I said, you're living, you tend to a room and it's squalid conditions, etc., etc.
Okay, so I would say that
here's the problem. And whenever we're trying to fight those types of conditions here, it's not as bad, but we have not a similar system, but we don't really care about anyone that doesn't have money. It's just the way it is here, and it's leading in that direction. And of course, it's at an exponential scale there. And we don't have slavery. We have some instances of it when people do it on the low. We've done those types of stories, but it's not institutioned by our government the way it is a lot of times there. So there's bad guys everywhere as far as I see. It's weird tangent. But people are worried if they're in a certain neighborhood, I gotta lock my car doors. I watch my back in any neighborhood because I think there's shady people everywhere. So it doesn't have to be confined to one place.
One country,
Sorry,
look, I have generally no interest in Qatar. Like, we know some people that we used to work with that now work there and love it and are staying there for a long time. They work for a company that they enjoy working for. I generally have no interest in it. As you point out, the policies that they have in terms of their immigration policy, the guest workers and all that, I got no interest in that. But the ironic thing is that websites like Breitbart and channels like Fox News, who are so against it, the idea of a country which sets up one official religion and then considers everyone who's not a part of that religion as a complete outsider and suspect, and that gives businesses all of the power to abuse their workers in whatever way they want, to make them effectively slaves, that's not the system that I want in America or any country. That's the system that you guys generally push for. You would say not to the same extent as Qatar, but that's the sort of system, the sort of ideology, perhaps a couple decades ahead of time that they currently have working.
And luckily we can reject it here. There's a difference, because I see what you're saying as far as it's instituted there.
Yeah, the funny thing for me is the fact that the cognitive link that the right-wing press have made between this kid who's made his so-called bomb, Clock. That was Freudian. No, listen. Okay. Let me reset before I get trolled the hell out of the studio. This is the link that they've made between the kid who made the clock for his show and tell, which I have to say, as an aside, looked like a pretty crappy thing. I mean, it's like, I have to say, it didn't strike anybody. You know those things that you used to get in those sharper image stores where you just stick two things into a potato and be like, oh look, it works. It kind of looked like that. Anyway, but the funny thing is that he got the link that they've made between him who made this clock, a teenager, and Qatar. That's the weird thing for me, because to me it's like, it's just an odd choice for this family to make to go there. But if they're giving him opportunities and if they're going to pay for his education, then I get it. But it's just funny that they've made that link and they're going, I knew it. Something was suspicious about him. You see, we weren't wrong, were we?
And the ironic thing is that and this is a very bizarre story. It's almost a Forrest Gumpian story that he's meeting with a dictator, he's speaking with the president, he's going to go to MIT, now he's going to Qatar.
Everywhere, you're right.
He's been everywhere, and none of this would have happened if the right wing hadn't freaked out about him. He is now going to be living in Qatar because the right wing media made a big deal out of it. And look, from their point of view, they got rid of some Muslim Americans.
Yes, they ran him out of Dodge.
They ran him out of Dodge.
To your point, also, I promise this is the last on this from me. I did think before, because I don't know exactly what the project looked like, if it worked. He has this interest in innovation and science and building, right? I hope he's good.
I hope someday
he might be a bad. Who knows? Like, you never know. This kid could just. He's 14.
He may have just had that one project. He was like, clocks are his thing. I know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and maybe
everything else is done.
He knows nothing about it. Maybe he's not a good student. Maybe he won't continue to thrive. I was an engineering student when I went to college.
Me too.
I'm not doing engineering.
Me
it's
either.
something just my brain said, you know what? I don't like this anymore. Who knows? So now the kid almost has like this responsibility to follow through and be the next great innovator. He's going to be Back to the Future 7, where he has new things we've innovated in flying cars, which I think we have coming already.
That would be cool. My final point, and this is directly to Ahmed Mohammed. So we've now made multiple videos. A lot of liberal outlets have made multiple videos. Please don't fuck this up for us, because we've defended you so much. Don't do anything crazy, man. Just go to school, invent the next iPhone or something, or a flying time traveling car, and we'll call it even. Anyway, we're going to call it the end of this first segment. We're going to go to our first break. Now, we are Fire Talking. I should have said that earlier. We're at firetalk.com/theyoungturks, where you can watch the stream of this show, both the first hour and the second hour. We're going to be taking some comments from Fire Talk to read when we come back from this break.
Mayweather will knock out Pacquiao. Floyd beats his wife.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the desk. A close shot of the desk. We'll be up here talking about politics though in just a minute. We do want to read some of your both your tweets because I see some hashtag TYT lives here. We haven't forgotten about you guys, as well as comments from Fire Talk.
Yeah.
So we're gonna read some of those. The first, Annette says, "JR is here. I'm a happy girl," and put a very cute picture.
Oh, that was the last time I did the show. We actually someone made a nice. I have rosy cheeks in that.
You do have very rosy cheeks. Okay, so we also it turns out the other Rustard says, "OMG, OMG, OMG, who's running the show, J.R. Jackson?" The TYT Lizard. He's actually running the show right now.
Yeah.
Just walking on the keyboard. Let's see. Ruth Iverson says, "Who is the British guy? I love the way he talks, not the accent, but the college level words he uses. Nice to hear that. That is a good change from our usual vocabulary." Here,
what school did you go to and in what country?
Let's see. Starblazer referring to the cool transition we had with Hillary Clinton tweet. Way too high for that transition. Sorry, we don't mean to freak you out. Let's see. And the other Rustard says, "Immigrant workforce used for rich oil barons. Religious intolerance. Rigged political dynasties. How is Qatar different from Texas?" I like that. That's good. Anyway, okay, so in this block, we've got 25 minutes or so left. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump, unfortunately, but he's saying some scary, dangerous stuff again, and so we're going to try to educate people about what he would do if he became president. Ben Carson has a new use for the Department of Education, and a couple of the Republican candidates for the presidency are going to use Back to the Future to make their case for why they should be the head of this country. Let's jump to Donald Trump. Whoa. Guys, I'm too high for these transitions. Jesus. Okay. How far would Donald Trump go to protect America from ISIS? Pretty far, not surprisingly. And if you are a Muslim living in America and you've had a couple of weeks off from being scared for your life due to the things he said in his speeches, prepare to be scared again in this clip.
UK, in Britain, they've obviously got a terror problem. They've got a lot of youngsters going over to fight for ISIS. About just under 1,000 are going over there. And they've got a whole new series of proposals to deal with this, including withdrawal of passports from some of these people who've gone.
Absolutely good.
And closing some mosques. Would you do the same thing in America?
I would do that. Absolutely. I think it's great. I know they have a lot of proposals over there. If you go out and you go fight for ISIS,
can you do it?
You can't come back. Why can't you do it? You can do it here.
A mosque? I mean, we do have.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard about the closing of the mosque. It depends. If the mosque is, loaded for bear, I don't know. You're going to have to certainly look at it.
I love there that he used the expression "loaded for bear," which is a term you use for a gun. A mosque is not a gun, surprisingly. It's not actually a weapon for hunting or self-defense. It's a religious building. It's a place where people get together to worship, like a church or the religious houses for other religions.
Reach into how his mindset works and how his campaign and his interviews work. Imagine you're running for president.
Got it.
Isn't it nerve-wracking? Is it time-consuming? Because you're trying to prepare. Doing this little 2-hour show, you want to prepare. You're like, oh, I got to read up on this. I got to make sure I don't sound like an asshole about that. What am I going to do? He goes on these interviews with major networks, with major people all the time, every day, 3 times a day. Yeah. And someone asked him straightforward, so about this British plan, about how they're going to shut down mosques and revoke passports for people who may go off and join ISIS. All he heard was revoke passports. Oh, yeah, totally, definitely, yeah, I'll totally do that. He never heard anything about the shutting down the mosques. I believe in that whole thing. That's why he said, do you think you can do that? Of course, why not? And he said, what about the mosques part? Oh, well, I've heard about the mosque part.
Yeah.
You just hear the question, or are you just talking? Like,
yeah.
I can't imagine going on interviews and not listening to the question before I just say something knee-jerk, because it doesn't matter what I say. Because this process hasn't had anything to do with what he says. It's how loud he says it and how boisterous and definite he says things.
Yeah.
He didn't even hear the question, but he's just answering like, yeah, shut down mosques. Oh, yeah, by the way, what about whether or not we can do that here? Oh, I mean, are they guns? Sure, we can do that too.
Is that legal? Is that constitutional? I don't know. I'll probably do it anyway.
You can just say it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, when we were watching that clip before the show, I pointed out that this is what he does. He says, "Yeah, I'd do it. It'd be great." There's a lot of proposals, so he's implying there that there's a lot of things being discussed. I'm familiar with all of them. I'm not going to get into the details, but there's a lot of them. I think they're all great. Everybody thinks they're great. What about this particular one? I don't know anything about that. And I'll look into it. That's what he says. He implies knowledge. Then when tested on the knowledge, he backs up like a scared little child and says, "Oh, someday I'll learn about that." Well, we have no reason to believe that based on your previous experience in this campaign.
At the appropriate time. I mean, it's just extreme. Aside from all the chuckling about it, which just want to, it's really troubling because I think on one of maybe it was on the show last time I was on, we were talking about the rhetoric that he's using and the extent to which it does, without being so overly dramatic, it's analogous to Nazi Germany, and in terms of that vitriol that comes out and that marginalisation, and it can only lead down one path. It can only lead to bad things. The whole revocation of the passports in the United Kingdom was something that was a highly controversial piece of legislation. To leave an individual without statehood is essentially against some fairly fundamental human rights.
Yes.
The legality of it, I do not believe that the legality of it has been tested. I believe that the legislation was passed. It has not been tested in the United Kingdom. I believe that the legality of it here would fly even less than it does in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is one of the few Western countries that can actually revoke someone's passport. If they have a second country to fall back on, so if they have a second nation, then it's easier, but even so. But in the instances where you don't, when you just have one passport, one nationality, the legality behind it is extremely questionable. It was highly controversial at the time, irrespective. I mean, they're not wrong. There are about 1,000 individuals who have been radicalized, who've gone over. And of course, they're not worried so much as what they're doing over there. They're more worried about what they're coming back, what they're going to do when they come back. So that's a legitimate concern. But shutting down mosques and marginalizing the Muslim community to the extent that he is advocating is just, as I said, it's what happened to the Jews in Germany in the 30s. I mean, I don't think I'm being overly dramatic when I say that.
It's difficult to be dramatic when he is being incredibly dramatic. I mean, we don't even need to speculate about where it could end, because at a rally a couple of months ago, he responded to a guy who said, "We need to get rid of them all," and he said, "Yeah, we might have to do that." Like, drive out a religious group from our country. And like you say, it's very reminiscent of Germany in that period. It's the idea that we have some legitimate enemies who associate with this faith, so they are all suspect. You're scared of them, and you should be scared of them. You should be suspicious of them. We're going to look into them, and we're going to get rid of them. It doesn't matter if, I'm going to uselessly give the analogy, if some crazy Christian right-wingers go to a church, we don't shut down the church after they blow up a government building. That's not how the country works.
And all churches nearby.
Yeah. Instead, what we do is we do illegal surveillance on every church and mosque in the country. That's what we do for decades, and then eventually you find out and you call the person who told you a traitor. That's what we do in America.
But it's scapegoating of the most in the most dangerous fashion. I mean, the far right is doing it across Europe. And they're doing it again with the Muslim community, with the Jewish community. It goes kind of hand in hand. And I'm not necessarily singling out the Jews as a sort of for special treatment or special status, but that's where it begins. That is the tip of the iceberg. Because then, at what level does it then get to the point where everybody, at the whim of anybody, is people with ginger hair, they're the scapegoat then because of whatever it is, and it becomes so arbitrary. And it's just so dangerous. And I do lay the blame at him, because previously I was more of the opinion, well, he is just articulating a viewpoint. But no, it's more than that. He has a responsibility, because he has such a prominent position now, because he is a blowhard, we know that, and he is all of the things that we know. But he has a responsibility, and I think he's a lightning rod for this. I didn't think that initially. I just thought he was reflecting what people sort of thought, and I thought, but I'm beyond that now.
He's like a catalyst. He's enhancing it.
He is enhancing it, and he doesn't. And to your point, when people at his rally say outrageous, erroneous, extremely unpleasant, unpalatable things, he doesn't correct them.
No.
He just says, "Well, my supporters are passionate." When that guy recently spat in the face of the protest,
immigration activists.
Fuck off home. where's the statement saying this is outrageous, this is not, I love the passion, but you've got to direct it in the right way? He says there's nothing. And when they say other things, when those two guys got beaten up in Boston, they go, and he's like, well, I have passionate supporters. That is totally...
The KKK was passionate.
It's just... It gets to the point, and the reason I'm getting so wound up about it is because it gets to the point when it gets dangerous. It's not a joke anymore.
Yeah,
it really isn't. It's not just about ratings. This is highly troubling. He is steering the debate, whether we like it or not, and he's galvanizing a group of people who have very unpleasant views.
Yeah. No, I think that you're right to be angry. It is extremely frustrating. Like foreign terrorism, domestic terrorism, that should be a concern. I think that it's absurd to have it be the number one thing that you talk about in a presidential election, because I think there are far more pressing, real concerns that everyday Americans should be dealing with. And first of all, there's the fact that the people he'd be shutting down these mosques for, they're largely American citizens who have freedom of religion. For some reason, they don't seem too concerned about the Constitution when it comes to that, when it's not Christianity. But also, to say that they're all suspect, to imply that they're all dangerous and that you can't trust them and that we need to get rid of them, it not only hurts them, but even if you're just being selfish and pragmatic, it hurts us too. The guy who tried to blow up the van in Times Square, that was foiled by someone who called it and reported it. That guy was a Muslim who lived in New York City. Muslims who have been in mosques and have reported on suspicious behavior has stopped mass shootings in the past. Like, these people, they love to say, oh, why don't they all denounce and reject the terrorism, regardless of the fact that they do constantly. But they work with us because they don't want violence in America either. And when you say that they're all dangerous and they're all villains, you make it impossible for them to want to work with us.
The only solution to this, and it is the boring one, I'm afraid, and it is inclusion, and it is a systematic, intelligent process of inclusion and collaboration and mutual understanding, and all of those fluffy words that people get to tune out because it's not glamorous, it doesn't make headlines. It is not shut down mosques, throw them all out. That's a dramatic, and it doesn't get you anywhere. Take their passports, and it just entrenches a problem. What are you going to do? You don't think you're going to radicalize them, piss off a bunch more people who are just kind of like trying to get on with their lives, but they're going to be angry now, and they're going to identify, so you're going to just perpetuate the problem that you're supposedly seeking to address. But that's the glamorous aspect to it, and it sounds cool, and it sounds like you're really making progress when you do these things. But unfortunately, the only real solution to ISIS is going to come from the Muslim community themselves and from Muslims worldwide, and we have to understand that. Blowing them up isn't going to do it. It is, and unfortunately, that is a boring, long process.
I agree.
That's the thing.
I mean, I disagree that it's boring. Well, I agree that is the problem.
You know what I mean? No, but from a grandstanding point of view, hands-on hits, whatever you want to be, it is boring because it's work.
Yeah,
it's not something you can do with a stroke of a pen.
And a simple question of how is never asked in these interviews. That's which is why even when Donald Trump was talking about the Democratic debate, he goes, "Oh, boring debate, because too many things are being explained." So we're too busy.
A lot of proposals.
Yeah, we like some substance. We like what are you going to do? Get rid of passports. Kick these guys out.
Yeah. Build a wall.
Watch them. Even watching mosques or shutting down mosques if they're loaded to bear. The next question: how? What do you plan on doing? You want the government to put together a system where we watch Muslim mosques and that's it? Is that what you want? How does that work? How do you implement it? How do you fund it? How do you do this? Nothing. It's never asked how, because then it gets boring. The boring details of actually taking away someone's passport. First off, proving that that's what they're doing, because you have to do that too. Because as you said, you can look at a person and go, "What's Muslim? Let's take passports away." Yeah. What does that look like? We have our preconceived ideas that are a lot of times very ignorant. There's no real system for this. That's too much trouble, too much work.
Yeah, it's fun to listen to a carnival barker, but the details, that's governing, and that's something that these people are not interested in, unfortunately. Okay, let's move on to pretty much the same person. Dress is nicer, though. Most of the generally, I think in this video, I think you're going to see that, I think, tie aside, I think that he looks good, and it doesn't hurt that he's sitting next to Glenn Beck, who you're going to see looks absolutely dreadful. You're going to see in this, don't worry. Oh, yeah, and then he's going to have a great point about the goatee, JR's. Okay. Most of the Republican candidates for the presidency have only one goal for the Department of Education, and that's to kill it as quickly as possible. Now, Ben Carson stands out. He has a use for it, but it's a little bit of an odd one. Let's watch.
National standards for education.
Absolutely not. The closer education is to home, the better the education.
Shut down the Department of Education.
I actually have something I would use the Department of Education to do.
Would it be pack boxes for the State Department? IRS?
No, it would be to monitor our institutions of higher education for extreme political bias and deny federal funding if it exists.
I like that.
So there is a purpose for it, and it's to act as basically Big Brother for professors. And he says for political bias. What he means is liberal political bias at universities. I don't think he's concerned about economists pushing for supply-side principles. I don't think he's going to be making sure that they lose their job. But what effect do you guys think this would actually have?
Well, again, what's the next question? So how, Ben? How does that work out? How would you transform the Department of Education, because it only watches universities and colleges, to make sure there's not too many libs getting created in our country? So what else does it do now, Ben, that you're going to stop it from doing? And how are you going to fund them now doing this? You're going to go to UCLA and say, okay, we're going to put cameras across your entire campus. Hey, you putting that new building in, the new econ building? Yeah, we're going to put cameras in there too. Every university in the country, really? How does that work, Ben? Oh, it's too many boring details. I'm just going to say it so that stupid commentators can go, I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
This isn't
because they hear political bias and they think, oh, I think that's real. That's all they hear. They don't think about the details. They don't think about the fact that the Department of Education actually serves a number of different purposes. This is a gigantic organization.
And the closer you keep school, the first half of that question was, his answer was, the closer you, well, first off, you keep the Department of Education, because the closer you keep schools to home, the better. Which homes, which schools, elementary, middle school, our parents, is this homeschooling now? How does this work? Is this community schooling? Or we're building buildings where kids, where 7th graders are going to get taught by their parents and their aunts and uncles now. How is this going to work, Ben? So if it's in the middle of whatever neighborhood you guys say there's too many single parents in, how are they going to start suddenly becoming teachers that educate children enough that they can even make it to these colleges? You're going to make sure there's not too many liberals in. How is this going to work, Ben? How does this all come together? Our schools are shit already, so now we're going to just, closer you get to home, the better. I thought you just said the homes are horrible and we got too many bad parents that don't know what they're doing. How are they going to start teaching? This is so stupid.
If he does this, we will lose our status as #1 in the world in education. It's going to be gone. I don't actually believe it with that. Now, you're not originally from the U.S., so...
I was going to say, I don't think you have that currently, John. Spoiler alert there for you.
I think there's a 1 in there. It might be like 31 or something.
31.
That's America. We're #1.
We're number one, baby. I mean, that to me seems completely counterintuitive. The fact that it's widely known, and it's a stain on the magnificence of the flag that America does not have the best educational system in the world. So it seems counterintuitive to then abolish the department that oversees it. Because is that how else would you how would you affect change? You would affect change, or he would advocate. John, help me out here, but he would advocate change at the local level, much like self-governance, without any overarching administration that's just clumsy and gets in the way. Yeah, and in a non-prescriptive fashion. Is that really what it is?
Funds. People don't know how they're doing. They just create it. It gets built. I mean,
it's funded at the local level, with the idea being that way the community gets to put their money into only educating either the kids of their area, or probably you could take it a step farther and say their own kids. Like, that's what private schools are all about. I'm not going to spend my money so that our country is filled with people who can do math and write well. What's the point? My kids go to private schools. Why should I pay for public schools? Like, that's what they actually believe. And they think that when you allow the federal government to have control over, to any extent, the curriculum of primary school, secondary school, or colleges, then, now you're going to force them to learn about, like we did the video about Christopher Columbus, the actual facts. No, I think that Texas should be able to just fill a book with a bunch of bullshit, and then that's what people have to read. They don't want that level of control, and they certainly don't want the federal government to be in control of money going to funding for education around the country, because they want to put the funds into their own kids, not the kids of some people living in Chicago. Exactly, as if there's not some significant benefit in a million different ways to being filled with people in your country who are educated, who can do jobs that are fitting in 2015. You need a certain level of education. And to go back to the other point about how they would actually do this, how do you investigate thousands of universities potentially for political bias, is it would literally be out of 1984. And this is what they already do. They would encourage students to rat out their teachers. And that's what we see now.
Is that right?
It's generally conservative students, although not 100%, libs do this too, will write editorials or try to contact their congressman, like, oh, my professor is teaching this and I don't like it. And that's what they would
Theory
set up.
of evolution.
More than likely, we've had those court cases.
Sure.
And that's what they want. They want everyone to play big brother to their professors, so the professors will be so scared that they won't say anything controversial. They won't rock the boat. And that's fine from the point of view of these conservatives who are naturally suspicious of higher education to begin with.
You can skip the drug one if you want. We can get to the Back to the Future. I don't know if you really want to do drugs. It's okay if you do, because I like
the drug one?
I like Ben Carson in that same.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sort of related, but he is such an idiot.
I see what you're saying.
Sorry.
Yeah, why don't we jump to that as the last video? So if you can get ready with video 6, we're going to go to Rubio next. Oh, you didn't mention his perfectly circular goatee. It's odd. Watch him the next time you see him in a video, you're going to notice it. His goatee is not straight on the side; it's perfectly circular. Anyway, okay.
He uses a cup. Something like that. Is that what you're suggesting?
I was trying to figure out, like, the bowl cut.
It's interesting that you're getting grooming tips from Ben Carson. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, we got to get a still shot of Glenn Beck's outfit there. That's something. If you don't think he's crazy based on his political or religious views, that shirt/sweater combo should convince you he's a madman.
I can't get the picture in my mind of him putting a red Solo cup around it.
I'm going to try that now, by the way. Okay, so I will come in tomorrow with a ridiculous facial hair curl. Okay. Today is Back to the Future Day, the day foretold in the movie when they would go into the future. It's actually today, and there's memes everywhere. People tweeting about it everywhere. It's big business, basically.
Yeah.
And the Republican presidential contenders want to get in on it with 2 ads, from Rubio and from Fiorina, trying to get in on the Back to the Future craze. Here's the first from Marco Rubio.
Well, there's a lot that I would like to do to build on the successes of President Obama, but also, as I'm laying out, to go beyond. What I represent is generational change.
I run for president because I believe the 1988 election, at its heart, can be reduced to a fundamental choice between 2 paths to the future.
Yesterday is over. We're never going back.
Hey, it's Marco Rubio. Thanks for watching. Make sure to click below to subscribe to my YouTube channel so you can get our campaign's latest videos. Go ahead, I'll wait.
October 21st, 2015? October 21st, 2015! Of course! That's the date that people can start changing the future! Go to 102115.com and help me change the future! Do it today, before it's too late!
Wow, okay, so obviously after the water sipping, we transitioned to the Carly Fiorina ad. They make me like the movie less. I think, actually, now that I've seen that.
Well, don't say that, because that saddens me. That really saddens me. I'm very angry about this because they are messing with my childhood memories here, and it's besmirching my very fond views of watching Adventures of Marty McFly. They will do anything. It's kind of, I think these videos are kind of like watching your dad get drunk and then dance at a wedding. It's just awkward. You just don't want to see it. Yeah. And it's just unpleasant, you know, and it's just like, oh, come on, stop trying to be cool. You're not.
Stop twerking, Dad. My friends are here.
You know?
Yeah.
The pander level is hard to deal with, as you're kind of saying, like, hey, look, we hear the kids are talking about this, when actually it's the 35-year-olds that are talking about it. So it's like, it's Back to the Future Day. What can we do? I'm surprised no one jumped on a hoverboard with like a vest inflated back. I was waiting for something like that.
Sliding down the clock tower, something.
Right? Really trying to do it, because then somehow, because, you know, come next year, Election Day, we'll go, where Marco Rubio had that Back to the Future Day ad on October 21st or 15th.
He's really cool. He speaks
cool
to me. Yeah, he knows what's going on.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, man.
I mean, I get it. Maybe they don't consider that these ads are going to do a lot for, you know, winning them nomination. They just want, I don't know if they want to have fun with it, but I think this wasn't as fun as.
Yeah. And some of them, they're fairly lazy ads. Like just show Hillary Clinton saying, "I want to build on the successes of President Obama." That's not an objectively bad thing to say. Like, some people are going to see that and think, "Oh yeah, he did have some successes. She's going to build on it. That's nice." So that's lazy. And this election for me, I don't know why more so than in the past, it's been a constant reminder that, unfortunately for them, I feel a little bit bad. If you're a conservative, most pop culture doesn't like you. Like, they're constantly being told, don't use my music. One of them, Ted Cruz was talking about The Simpsons. The head of The Simpsons is like, no, dude, I don't like you. Don't talk about my thing. Snoopy, the same thing, I think. And now, like, if you look at those movies, what the villains were actually doing, it's like a guy who's, like, trying to, like, he builds a business off of lies, and he starts this business empire, and it's bullies and people with guns that they need to stop, even though they don't really use guns. Like, this is not a conservative message that I'm getting from Back to the Future. Maybe I need to rewatch it now that I'm at Delta.
All three.
All three. Which I actually like the third. I know that that's controversial. I guess that rules me out.
I'm glad we came to
in the West.
Right. That's why I asked.
I grew up on Westerns. My dad loved
Well, that all the more reason. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, all the more reason not to like the third, man.
It's still the same
show.
I thought it was
one was because 2 was so good. You almost felt like they could leave it there, but of course they couldn't.
He fights on a train. They're throwing the colored smoke things.
Yeah. I think it was never really understood what those were.
I don't really either. Actually. Uranium.
Flammable. Yeah.
The 80s had it. The 90s kind of forgot what Back to the Future was all about. I think the third one came out in the early 90s. So they kind of lost it in the 90s. They were working with the new technology. The train could fly.
It dated a bit, yeah. Well, the aspects of it anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know that this is actually going to help.
Vote here. Which one is the best Back to the Future? Vote here.
Exactly.
Whatever the tab is going to be.
Yeah. We'll wait. That was trying to run a YouTube channel. It was obvious. It was he's dancing at a wedding. I'm going to use that expression from now on. Anyway, thank you for joining us for this first hour. Thank you to JR and to Elliot, who you can see at The Lip on YouTube. Look them up. That's the first hour. But when we come back, Hannah Cranston is going to be leading us through the second hour. Hassan's going to be joining us as well. And Karamo. Karamo's going to be here too. So it's a full power panel in the second hour. Continue to both tweet us and type your comments into firetalk.com/TheYoungTurks.
You can find me on the other side of the window yelling when you get here.
Exactly. Just turn the camera and you'll see JR in there. And we'll see you after this break.
Hey, El, I can't remember. Is there a specific blur we use for Miley Cyrus's butthole? Is it like a Gaussian or a mosaic or a compound?
Hey everybody, welcome back to the second hour of the Young Turks. There's been a bit of a change on the panel. Unfortunately, JR and Elliot did have to head out. JR is still around though. But now we've got Hannah Cranston, my co-host on Think Tank. We've got Karamo as well back and making all of us look pretty badly dressed, I would say, in comparison. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Hey,
I thought you were going to mention me. When you said that, I was like, oh no, I would have said that, but I mean,
I saw this one what he had on. I was like, I got to step it up.
yeah. So he whipped out a tuxedo.
Exactly.
And Hassan here as well. First time on the panel. First time on the panel. Thank you guys. And maybe not the last. But we'll see. Really fast, before we get into the stories, I want to thank two of our members. Member number 1473, Chris Wood, and member number 1702, Candace Owens. Thank you for being the Young Turks members. We appreciate that. Hopefully all of you are watching this on firetalk.com/theyoungturks. That's where we're going to be taking our comments. When we go to our breaks, we're going to be answering your questions, reading your little funny comments and everything like that. But it is the second hour, which means you're going to be leading. What can we look forward to in this hour?
Oh, we got a lot of fun stuff. We have some UC San Diego frat drama. We got a great new app where you can rate people and say awful things about them. Rate people.
Not rate.
Yeah,
No.
the other one,
No.
Apple was not down with that.
Yeah, Bill Cosby did try to get that going, but it didn't work. No? Too soon? Too soon?
Never.
Never too soon.
Not soon enough. Oddly enough, you can also order Subway in that app. Anyway.
But I think it's going to be a fun hour.
Okay, well, why don't we get started with it?
Yeah, let's get right to it. So the Hungarian camera woman who was caught on camera tripping and kicking a Syrian refugee back in September has resurfaced into the media, and she's saying she's not sorry, but that she's actually suing the Syrian refugee as well as Facebook. So let's take a look at what all started this in the first place. So yes, that was Petra Laszlo there, who tripped a Syrian refugee and his baby boy. Laszlo recently told Izvestia, a Russian newspaper, that she plans to sue Facebook for allegedly refusing to remove threatening groups on the site while deleting groups that supported her. She has also directed her anger towards Osama Abdul Mohsen, one of the Syrian refugees she kicked, and says she plans to sue him as well. She says he changed his testimony because he initially blamed the police. Now, she also goes into another reason why she wants to sue. She says her husband wants to prove my innocence. For him, it is now a matter of honor.
Unfortunately, it's also a matter of video.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She did.
When you're questioning why he switched his story, it's probably because he saw it and realized that you tripped him and his child.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He was busy focusing on the fact that he was holding a child and fleeing for his life.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's distracting. And so she says that she was acting out of fear. When you act out of fear, you do this. You're like, no, don't hit me. You don't reach
hold
as the person passes you and hook the leg.
Exactly.
That's not.
Because she stepped out of the way and then literally came forward and hooked his ass.
Right.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was good form. It was good form. She kept shooting while she kicked the person.
That's true.
But
And the 2-for-1.
One of the great facts about this story is when she's like, I feel threatened in my own country now, so I'm going to move to Russia.
Yeah.
Which is definitely a country known for its tolerance. So obviously,
yeah,
good that
that's
you're moving to
exactly.
Russia. It's like, why don't we get racists in America to move to Russia and make Russia even better than it already is, and to make America less racist?
If I could have one wish in this world, she packs up all her stuff, she gets on the plane. When she steps off the plane, as she walks onto the terminal, someone trips her. We don't like immigrants here, Laszlo.
But I just feel like she's digging herself into a deeper hole here.
Yeah.
I mean, she got a lot of bad press, rightfully so, for this. And so now it's like a month later, people kind of stopped talking about it. She's like, no, I'm going to sue Facebook. Let's talk about this more. I'm coming for you, Mark Zuckerberg. Like, I mean, stop it.
Do you think she has
Slow
a case?
down.
Do you think she has a case with the Facebook thing?
No, I was thinking about that too. So, I mean, who knows what Facebook removed or not, but I'm guessing any group that was probably supporting her and what she was doing was probably promoting hate speech. Realistically, was promoting hate speech, which then gives Facebook the right to then take it down. Whereas the groups that are against her egregious acts against, migrants. So that makes sense to me that they would.
But we know how internet commenters are, right? Like, so obviously, we here at the
we
Youngsters
know.
definitely know that. So there's definitely a case to be made on her behalf in terms of taking down some of the groups. I can only imagine they were also promoting hate speech, the ones that are against her. Like, I mean, I think about Cecil the Lion and the dentist that killed him and what happened to his business. I mean, there unfair things happen on the internet all the time.
I don't really believe she wants these Facebook pages down, the bad ones or the good ones. I think that she wants publicity because, like you just said, it started dying away, and then she immediately started bringing this up. To say that you're going to sue a refugee, really? I think that she is hoping that her career can make some traction, gain something. She's looking for something from this, and we all know when you get a little publicity, what it can do for your career and how it can help your fan base and everything else. And I think she's trying to be strategic, and she doesn't care that she looks like an entitled bitch.
why isn't she suing the TV company that actually fired her for kicking someone on the job? If she thinks she's innocent in this situation, and she's clearly not because of the video, sue the TV company for firing you.
That's a good point.
Well, to be clear, she said her husband wants to prove her innocence. She might still think that she did it. he won't listen to her reason.
He doesn't want to be with somebody who's so awful. So he's like, we need to get your honor back up. So I still want to be in this relationship.
What you all don't know is that her husband is Stevie Wonder. Jet ants, fly.
I got it.
Art like this.
You liked it, yeah. Somebody liked it in the control room.
That's funny. All right.
What's up next?
So a new line of underwear has New York City MTA's panties in a bunch over the word period. Take a look at an ad for the underwear line now. Enter Thinx, the first of its kind underwear that is equal parts protective, comfortable, and cute. Qualities that should come standard in a product as intimate as intimates. Thinx are stain-resistant, absorbent, and keep you feeling dry with a moisture-wicking layer. But what really makes Thinx bulletproof is its super thin, leak-proof layer that's designed to back you up even on your heaviest days. Yet, they look, feel, and wash just like a regular pair of underwear. And that is underwear with hidden powers. They wanted to expand the campaign to subways, and so according to Thinx co-founder and CEO Mickey Agrawal, the campaign pushes the envelope with purpose, relying on suggestive imagery as a way to start a conversation about menstruation stigma. Now, one of the ads shows a photo of a cracked egg, an allusion to the unfertilized eggs expelled during menstruation. Another features a woman in a tank top and underwear next to a picture of a grapefruit. So you're seeing some of the ads here. There is one with the grapefruit.
What does that second one represent?
American Apparel.
Which one? The grapefruit?
Oh, you think it is? No. When she was laying on the
Wait, can we go back?
I think it's the back
kneeling
thing.
on the.
Go back.
Maybe it was supposed to be a cramp thing.
Yeah, it's a cramp thing. She's in pain.
Yeah, she's in
on the-
pain.
yeah, she's
There's her unfertilized egg.
Three guys trying to judge period ads.
I know.
Figure out
What's going on?
So they're trying to get people to think. It's all things. They're trying to start a conversation. Now, according to MTA guidelines, the MTA prohibits ads that depict sexual or excretory activities or materials that promote a sexually oriented business, which Thinx, as a company that sells alternative menstrual products, is not. But that did not stop Outfront Media, the company tasked with managing much of the MTA's advertising, from declining to approve the Thinx proposal, anyway, arguing that the ads were considered too risque. They said that several of the proposed ads seem to have a bit too much skin, adding that the egg and grapefruit imagery, regardless of the context, seems inappropriate. So I guess fruit, not okay on NYC subways.
Also, regardless of context. So if it's literally surrounded by other fruit. Nope.
No grapefruit. According to Veronica Del Rosario, Thinx director of marketing, the representative was concerned that children would see the word period in the ad and ask their parents what it meant, because God forbid a child have an open conversation about bodily functions. No, that is just not okay. Now, Outfront Media has released a statement. They said no copy was ever rejected, and the current copy is still in the MTA review process. We suggested changes that we felt were appropriate for the writing public, and we're hoping to work with the advertiser to refine the copy. Now, this is the same company that allows ads like this, advertising breast augmentations like this.
Also with fruit.
Also with fruit. A little skin here, and then this picture here promoting a protein powder, I think. I assume that has to do with protein powder. Another founder, Agrawal, also points out, just as New York City is potentially about to pass legislation to scrap the tax on feminine hygiene products, the MTA is not letting the word period appear in the subway. We can objectify women in their lingerie, but the minute we acknowledge that they might be bleeding in their underwear, it is no longer acceptable.
None of this is the worst thing you will ever see on an MTA transit line ever. With homeless people peeing everywhere.
Completely.
There's naked people. There's a lot of, we've talked about on the show before, sexual harassment that happens. Openly talking about menstruation, which 50% of the population experiences, is probably the best thing. It's probably the best thing that the MTA can do for their writers.
And I will say this, because I thought we're going to have guys on this panel, and we really should have no place in this conversation. But, so I started speaking to a bunch of women that I was working with on the crew earlier today, and a lot of them said that they felt that this was inappropriate.
Really?
Yeah, they were. yeah, they were uncomfortable. They didn't think that this was going to help the conversation because the messaging is men are already uncomfortable, first of all, talking about it. And we clearly see from MTA's response and families' response, they're scared of menstruation and periods. So all this is doing is, in their opinion, not my opinion, is objectifying women more and not really getting the message out there and helping the conversation happen.
But here's the problem: is why are men so uncomfortable?
I don't. Maybe this is crazy. Like, I fully admit that we live in a big city on the coast, fairly liberal place, and I've lived in various parts of the country, but they've generally been in that sort of bubble, and so I could be in a bubble, and maybe I don't know it, but I don't remember. Like, other than watching Married with Children, and they always made jokes about it, I never had a conversation with like a guy friend. The guy friend was like, "Oh, gross." And I feel
You had to have. When we were younger, I remember this, being in locker rooms and someone say, "Oh, she's on a period." You're like, "Ugh, gross."
I don't remember anything like that. And lately,
I just blocked it out of your memory.
Well, it's so horrifying, yeah. But no, and honestly, the only time I think that I hear menstruation brought up online is in an article talking about how there's a stigma and there shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So I would like to do like a real. I know it's difficult because people lie and it's self-representation, but how many people actually are weirded out or grossed out by it, and how many do we assume are weirded out and grossed out by it?
Obviously, marketing executives that work at Outfront Media are a little grossed out because their response is basically like, "Ew, gross. We don't want period ads on our subways."
Are you grossed out?
No, but I am terrified of periods. So I am. As a male, I'm going to be honest about this. I think I'm very well versed to talk about the subject as a male because I have a live-in girlfriend, and
probably knows more than she does.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, more than she does, of course. And for me, it's like, okay, I know this is going to sound kind of hacky, but I'm like, okay, there's a lot of chocolates laying around in the house in various different places. I know I'm going to get fat in the next couple of days, but a period is coming.
I thought that was a metaphor.
I know, exactly. Chocolate. I was like, no. I thought it was like, are you talking about the egg dropping or something? No, it is. But I was thinking, I have older sisters. I'm the youngest. And growing up, I was in a house of women, and I still get a little uncomfortable when they start talking about their menstrual cycles, or when I walk into the bathroom and there's pads, and you know, like, and it's not. And I feel like I'm pretty progressive, and I don't want there to be a stigma, but there is something, I don't know if it's...
I think you have a good point, because I think, and honestly, like, I openly talk about periods and things like that, but it's still alarming when you see blood somewhere, regardless of where it comes from or why it's there.
Natural
things
instinct.
like that. Yeah, and I think we're getting a lot more open-minded, and you're very progressive, and I think you're very able to and open to talk about a lot of things.
Or blind.
Maybe all of the above. But I think, there's still some stigma. I know for all the ladies are watching, like when you walk to the bathroom, you hide your tampon in your pocket. You're not holding it like, oh, going to the bathroom just like you would anything else that you're walking with. And there's a lot of different things that we go through to kind of hide that we're on our period. And so, movements like this that are trying to make it more open and I guess more available for people to talk about and have open conversations. It's something we have to deal every month. It's not like this blue moon. It happens every moon.
But like an egg falling over doesn't make me want to have a conversation with my female friends about their menstruation cycle and what they're going through.
Plus,
what about a fruit like mandarin orange?
The mandarin orange either. The ad where she was crouched over.
Yeah.
That is something more that would get my attention and make me feel the pain that women go through while they're menstruating.
Okay.
So if we were to switch the ads to actually what I've seen women go through, where they're in pain, they don't want to get out of bed, they're feeling sick, bloated, those type of things make me feel.
You're looking at me when you said that.
He does know a lot about it.
He knows a lot.
I know.
Just maybe if we can switch those ads to something of that nature, it would allow people to have the conversations, because being empathetic human beings, you would start to say, wow, you're really feeling this way. I did not realize because I walked out the room.
Yeah.
Here's something I actually want to ask.
No, I think that's a good point.
As a product, Thinx seems a little ridiculous because you have tampons that you wear, you have like the padding. I've done my research, guys, and on top of that, if you wear this underwear, you're like, you have to clean it up. It's like, why would you want to sit in your? Would you use this? Is that an inappropriate question to ask?
No, there's no stigma, damn it.
There's no stigma. There you go. Would you use Thinx as a
So I don't know. I mean, they talked about the different linings, so I don't know how it absorbs and if it's the same. Like, obviously, wearing a pad is not something I personally choose to do because it is like you're sitting in your own stuff all day long. And I don't know if it absorbs it in a way that you're not feeling that.
You have to feel it.
I don't know how absorbent it is. I don't know how it works. Thanks. If you want to send me a product to try, go for it.
Me too, thanks.
But
We can use it as male defense.
Exactly. We'll just try it.
But I mean, if it works, if it's somewhere between where you can wear an underwear and you don't have something shoved up your body, I'm open to it.
As long as no one is free bleeding, which is a real thing that some new wave of feminists do, then I'm comfortable with everything else. You guys have no idea what free bleeding is.
Oh, no. I've heard the stories.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just that we're both uncomfortable, so we just didn't respond.
I'm not. I'm super open. No stigma here.
Wait, so we're gonna move on just a second. But do you have sisters?
No.
Okay, because I was thinking you said that might have influenced you, and I wonder because I don't have sisters, so maybe just because I wasn't really exposed to it, I never developed the aversion.
That would be interesting too. Yeah.
I don't know
because I was surrounded by it.
Yeah,
if you took the metro and you
so
saw
I'm surrounded by it too, so I'm very open talking about it.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, what do we have next?
All right.
Oh, actually, maybe we should take our first break. Okay. We'll do our first break. Give people a chance to comment on the stories that we've already talked about. We'll read some of those comments when we come back from this, and then what's the next story coming up?
Ooh, UC San Diego frat.
Ooh, we got a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that when we come back from this break. to the second half of the second hour of the Young Turks. It's Hannah and John and Karamo and Hassan. So I've got a couple of comments. I know that you were looking at.
Yeah, so Flor Asita says, Bam, Hannah, men are freaked out because we don't talk about it enough. There's a good point. So maybe we should talk about more. So the next 5 stories that we're going to do in this hour will be about periods, actually.
And from now on, when I talk to a woman, I'm bringing it up. I'm asking her questions. I'm going to force her to not be stigmatized anymore.
Hey, what do you do?
Hey, Mom.
Before we go to the next story, can I just say, because I love TYT fans every time I'm here, Emily, the high, thank you so much for your amazing tweet. You're really sweet. You said,
you want to read it?
No, because it's a little narcissistic, but she just said sweet things to me. So thank you, Emily the High. Follow Emily at the High.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Let me read one or two of these. So I think this is from Brian Newton. I think in general this country has a lot of shame about bodily functions, and women get the brunt of it. #Puritans. Let's see. Oh, that was fast updated. Candace Z, having a period is not shame. No need to be uncomfortable about it. It's life with a lot of capitalization in that sentence. So something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do we have?
All right. So the UC San Diego chapter of Sigma Alpha Epsilon is under fire for requiring their new members to attain rush boobs for a pledging task. Now, if you're not familiar with the term rush boobs, good for you. But apparently it's when pledges ask women to write rush and then their frat on their chest and then send pictures of their bare breasts as part of pledging. Now, apparently, according to Bro Tip over here, this is common, but one recipient of the request, Rachel Friedman, was not up for the task. Now, Friedman received this message. It says, Rachel, I need your help. LOL, funny story. So I'm in a frat now, and we have to get rush boobs. If you or any of your friends can help me out, I would really appreciate it. I don't need faces. I just need topless pics with rush, SAE, or Sigma Alpha Epsilon written on their chest.
Crying smiley face.
Is that an appropriate smiley face?
I know, crying smiley face.
She was probably crying. Maybe he was smiling. I don't really know.
Now, where am I going to put
That's the nicest way to ask for nudes.
Instead of exposing herself, Friedman exposed the Rush Week propaganda ploy on Facebook and sent the message to San Diego media. Obviously, the UCSD chapter offices swiftly suspended members responsible for the incident. The national group will also investigate and may take additional corrective actions. So I want to go to Bro Tip. You said this is very popular. This is very common.
I did it. We had to do rush boobs as well, allegedly. Maybe we did it, maybe we didn't for legal issues.
Yeah, I'm like,
here's what I did instead. I took a picture of Kate Upton and cropped everything else, and I photoshopped my fraternity's letters onto it.
She let you do that?
Kate Upton let me do that.
So it has to be bare, or can it be in a bikini, or
No, naked.
naked.
No, it was hand bras in this occasion. I used the hand bra rush, whatever the fraternity is. I'm not going to give it away.
So I will tell you that I went to historically black university, and our Greek system is a little bit different. And the sororities always came to the males and always said, we need you to be shirtless so that we could write on you, that you could come to our party shirtless. And like so there was, so there was many times that our sister, the sorority to our fraternity, would say, hey, Karama, I need you to have your shirt off.
Rush dicks.
Basically, you know what I mean? And so there's this double standard in a sense. Where
I hate when women are always asking me to get naked too. It's like I got stuff to do.
Karama's Instagram, so like, is it a surprise that people are asking?
I love you. At UConn, Greek life was like 11% of the campus. I thought rush boobs is what you get when Limbaugh wears a tight shirt. But no, so I understand. I'm coming from a very particular perspective. There really was no Greek life on my campus, and I know that these sorts of stories come up every once in a while, and they stand out because they're outrageous or whatever. And today, there's a million frats that are not in the news for stuff like this. But it just seems to me like we can't get past, frats seem so archaic to me. It's something that feels like it was necessary 150 years ago. Like, we have other ways to associate and meet people and collectivize. It just seems like the organization, the leadership of this, both at the campus, at the national level, are like, we would never stand for this, we don't advocate for this.
Well,
the guys did it when they were...
Let's just say, I don't want to bash the Greek system.
Yeah, I don't want to.
No, I do though.
But we exactly right. We don't want to bash the Greek system.
I acknowledge that, and I said I come from
a lot of great work that the Greek system does. I mean, majority of the time we were doing community service. We're in schools. And so you have these times where we're just kids. You know, you're 19, 20, pledging, and so all of a sudden now you are forced to be in this responsible position, which you do, but you also want to have fun. So
yeah, but this is the problem is I think what some frats have taken on, not all frats, this isn't ubiquitous, but I think some frats have taken on having fun and the pledging process, not necessarily all frat activities, but the pledging process does sort of require not only demeaning things to women, but also demeaning things to themselves. I mean, you can probably attest to some pledging tests that were, you know, degrading and awful.
Sororities as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it's the Greek system.
And there's an idea behind it. There's a reason why it's like ancient. There's a reason why some things have not changed throughout the times. And I agree if you think like, hey, maybe we should be a little bit more progressive with pledging and hazing and whatnot. But there is an idea behind it in terms of building a bond of brotherhood. And I did genuinely take a lot of great lessons from not only, like, it's not that different from being in the Army. I know people are going to shit on me for saying this, but it's not, because everyone has been through the same process, and some of the things are a little ridiculous, but then there are also great, fun memories of things that we've done that I can't really talk about, and I still talk to my pledge brothers.
Yeah, no, I think, so, I'm not going to equate asking people for rush groups with going into the Army, but I do agree with you that there is a great bonding that comes from going through this process with your sisters or with your brothers. I get you. But asking a woman to send, first of all, without the face, like that's supposed to like protect her privacy, but that's almost more degrading, because then it's not like, oh, I'm choosing to show you a nude picture of myself because this is my body and I get to say what I want, blah, blah, blah. You're cutting off her head. You're making her an object.
So when I take nudes, I force her to put her face in.
Yeah. So if her face was in there, you'd be okay with it?
I don't know if I would be okay with it. I think it's ridiculous that it's a pledge task, because these guys take the pledge task as law, and nobody thinks they can say no to your frat whatever pledge master. Is that what they're called? I think that's absurd and ridiculous. But I think if a girl, I mean, it's a girl's body. If she decides that she wants to take a nude picture of herself, then have at it.
I have 2 points to make. One is that they met at a Free the Nipple rally, and that was
wait. So
that's very important.
It is important, and I want to call attention to that.
Maybe he assumed that she would be okay freeing her nipple for Rush SAE. Now, the second point I would like to make is, never mind, I'm not going to make
Okay, I want to call attention to that, because I actually pulled those graphics to talk about, because a lot of the media did jump to that conclusion, saying that they met at the Free Nipple campaign, and then I actually took them out because I didn't think that was important, because I do think these are they're two completely separate things. Even Friedman says, the premise of going topless for Free the Nipple is exactly opposite of exposing myself without even my face being there, just exposing my body to say, join this frat, join this group of men. And being able to say, look, my body shouldn't be censored is different than saying I would like my body to be perceived as an object. Those are two completely things.
If more women freed the nipple, like the campaign that she was on wants, then there would be no rush groups, because men
there would be rush something else.
Yeah. Guys are always going to try to get something that they can't have. And
well, my thing is, when you were making the Free the Nipple point, I wasn't exactly there with you. I was almost, but I think that the conversation should have happened because he clearly assumed in his being immature that she would be comfortable with this. And we all send mixed messages as individuals. Sometimes you can be flirty and a girl will think that I'm flirting with her, and I'm like, no, I'm just being nice. You know what I mean? So we've all done that. So maybe he assumed that because she was at this rally, she would be comfortable with showing her body. I think what could have been a bigger teaching moment in this situation is if she would have went to him in the frat and said, hey, this is inappropriate. This is inappropriate for me. It makes me uncomfortable. And this is why you shouldn't do this or ask certain women instead of reporting them. Because now all you've done is turn off a group of men who are now going to make sure that next year they have more rush boobs.
But talking to a group of men like that, I mean, and especially in a frat, is not going to achieve anything. Realistically, I mean, I want to give guys and frats the benefit of the doubt, but being like, this is why I felt inappropriate when you asked me to show you my titties, it's not going to get them to change what they do.
It might get them to laugh after she leaves, but that's probably all it's going to do. And the thing is, I think that you could get across to one person that message. But the whole point, it's like, in a mob, you do things you would not do if you were alone. People do crazy things in a mob. And in organizations, not even just frats, but like frats, it's to get people to not have a problem with things that outside of that context they would have a problem with.
I think men
Like
asking
sticking
for
a
nudes
broomstick
alone
up someone's ass or something, they would never do that if they were just alone. They think that was weird, or just me and a friend.
I think men asking for nudes alone is a normal thing. Men have been doing this for a long time, as long as cameras exist.
Okay, yeah, but imagine if I have a group where 3 or 4 of us get together and we play Smash Brothers, and you say, "Oh, I like Smash Brothers." I'm like, "Okay, you can join, but you got to get nude pics first." That's bizarre, but for some reason, if it's in a frat, it makes
nude
sense.
pics of men or women?
Both. You need to show
No, but
versatility.
it's different than asking for nude pics and sexting and sharing an intimate picture with somebody that you're sexually involved with or something like that. Because where are they going to take that picture next?
Yeah,
TotalFratMove.com. Exactly.
I just really don't. I just personally think that her going to the authorities on this is right for her.
She went to the media.
The media. Excuse me, the
Yeah.
media. I just think that it's not going to help this conversation where she could have actually done this in a different way and had the conversation happen. Even if she would have just went to the president of the frat and said, "Hey, this is what happened. I don't want to take this to the media, but I would like you to start having a conversation with the younger brothers." I think maybe even there, because now I just know for a fact in that frat house now, they're like, forget her, whatever,
But
let's
this is
get more
one
booze.
girl, so
We want
maybe
to see your titties
maybe
anyway.
SAE doesn't, maybe UCSD, SAE is not happy with Rachel Friedman, like, big whoop. But now we're talking about this, maybe other women at other universities are now talking about this and being like, oh, you know what, that is really degrading. I'm not going to send that, or you know what I mean? Like, because they have the mob mentality as well. And so if all of her friends are sending, rush boobs or whatever, they might be like, okay, well, if everybody else is doing it, I'm a freshman, I don't know.
Well, let's just remember, I agree, degrading, but ladies, you all do the same things. So when you call us guys and say, hey, will you take off your shirt and come to my party, or will you take off your pants and do some photo? Just know that just because we don't express it in the same way, that it's going to have to go both ways if we're going to have it.
We're not pieces of meat.
We're not pieces of meat.
Also,
Like
one
to
funny
be, but
thing.
we're not.
SAE is known as same assholes everywhere. That's like their motto.
Yeah, I think the ones at Duke were no bueno as well. All right, let's move on.
No bueno.
So a cafe in Australia wants you to know that they're not okay with your sweaty 20s. Now, they have posted this sign at their establishment to decrease the prevalence of cash extracted from your panties. So it says here, we do not accept money from bras or underpants. Now, co-owner Corey Weeks says, it's sweaty, my employees hate it, and I don't like it. It's just not a great thing to experience when you're at work. It's a problem that happens occasionally. I thought to myself, why not put up a sign? Then he continues to explain why this is such a problem and how far it actually goes. He says, with people coming in fully clothed with money stashed below their t-shirt, even holding it in their mouths when they needed to grab something else. So whether or not we think this was the best way to go about this, damp money is kind of gross. Nobody wants to handle it. I get it.
How damp?
Don't put your money where your mouth is. Don't do it. Don't put your money where your mouth is. But everything else is ridiculous outside of that. It's like, who's going to refuse money just because it's sweaty?
Completely. I hope this guy goes broke.
I know.
I want him to go broke. Like, if I have a business, I want your money. I don't care if it came out of your foot, your crotch, your boob. I don't give a damn. And also, when I think about boob money, I think about my grandmother, because my grandmother used to take her money out of her boob.
Oh, geez.
Boob money is okay for me.
Oh, that was so big it ended the show.
I ended the show with Granny Boob money.
Broke the show. I guess I don't have a very strong opinion on boob money specifically, but first of all, if you're going to do this, if you're talking about people's crotches, it needs to be a printed sign. You can't write it in hand.
Don't write it in.
Anything about my crotch that's written by hand that's creepy. That's weird.
Typed out.
If it's typed out, it's official.
If it's about John's crotch, he wants it laminated.
Wait till you go to the bathroom.
I'm fine with the website. Oh God, I'm gonna call that number.
Exactly.
And it's silly or whatever. Maybe he was doing it for the publicity, but it happens once a month. You didn't need to put up a sign.
So you were a waiter.
Yes.
So when people accidentally put it in their mouth, I mean, money has enough bacteria as it is.
Yeah,
but if you're actually seeing the bacteria accumulate, you don't care.
No, I don't care if it's in their mouth. If they literally pulled it directly out of their thong or something, that might be a little bit weird. It might be good.
But the thing is that you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know where the money was coming from anyway. Just because I didn't pull it out my thong in the restaurant, I could have been holding it in my. I don't wear thongs. First of all, I just realized as I said.
No, we don't judge on.
And we don't judge. You're right. You're right. I wear fake panties. Exactly. Just keep them.
That would keep your money unsweaty.
It would.
Yes, combine things with this money. It's just weird. Don't take down the sign, man. It weirds you out to get the sweaty 10. It weirds out every customer to see your sign about it.
Yeah.
I hope a Starbucks opens up across the street from them and has like a big laminated sign that says "crotch money accepted."
Thank you. That's exactly it.
And boom.
Yeah, we'll take your bills, we'll take your balls, we don't care. Give us something.
That's actually a really good slogan.
I know.
We'll take your bills, we'll take your balls.
There you go.
Perfect. All right.
Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, let's do this one instead.
Sure.
Skip ahead. So we're gonna skip ahead to the next story, the No rating app. Yep. All right. So a new app called The No is bringing us a platform to streamline all of the worst aspects of human interaction. Now basically it anonymously connects people so they can talk about a person they both know. When there's someone you want to talk about, you begin by typing in the person's personal information, including their full name, phone number, age, where they live, where they work, and even the make and model of their car. In total, there are 20 different information fields that you can fill in. Now, if that wasn't creepy and invasive enough, if the No app finds a match, meaning someone else who entered the same information and is looking to chat about the same person as you, it will connect you anonymously so you can message each other. And so what one of these messages may look like is this with Jebediah here. It says, "Are we dating the same Jebediah? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. He's really hot, but also sketchy. Just to make sure, does he have a buddy named Jethro that's really into LARPing? I don't know what LARPing is, but this is interesting.
Live action roleplay.
OMG, yes, that guy is so strange. First time we met, he kept hurling imaginary thunderbolts at me.
If you know what I mean.
Sigh, I can't believe this creep. Been dating for 6 months and thought we were exclusive. Well, plenty more fish in the sea."
Such a fake conversation.
It's a very fake
Who said
conversation.
sigh in quotes?
I don't know. I kind of felt like they were talking about you.
Oh my
You were Jebediah.
Yeah. Jebediah is my secret sex name.
Yeah, well,
Like,
now
what
you
is
guys
it, Ronnie
know if you want to
Dangerous?
plug in Hassan's name into the No. Now,
Exactly.
founder Aswan Morgan said it will allow users to exchange relevant intel in an effort to make better informed dating decisions because open communication and honesty is outdated, apparently.
Especially if you're dating a Quaker like Jebediah, who also happens to like live action roleplay. Which is weird.
He's not up on the time.
It's like,
Yeah, it makes sense.
I love that they think that if you just throw in the term relevant intel, oh, this is official information you can use for dating decisions. I mean, clearly the person's not lying because they knew this person's phone number and name. It all checks out. They must have dated him. These apps are, first of all, I don't think that there's actually a market for these apps. They keep developing them, and I know why they do it. They do it because they have a connection that's going to give them $5 million of free money to develop the app and then go broke in a year.
Mark Cuban.
That's why they actually do it. Oh, yeah, exactly. Or whoever it is they know in LA or San Francisco that's going to give a bunch of someone else's money to make the app. Right. I don't think people actually want it, and I certainly don't think that it's a good thing.
Right.
I don't think that you can trust these people to give you unbiased information, as we talk about all the time. People with extreme opinions of people and things don't go online to discuss them.
Yeah, that's what we were saying before. Is like people on Yelp, you always see the negative ones or the super positive ones because those are the people who want to put their ratings and things like that. But when it's dating, you're only going to get the negative because if it's super positive, you're dating them.
You're dating
them. Or you're not talking about them on an app, hopefully.
Or maybe it's they broke your heart and so you're dating Susie? Okay, tell me what she smells like. I miss her. You might want that, actually. Now I'm going to sign on.
Here's where I disagree with you in terms of these apps are not successful. All of the most successful apps you can think of started off by people in their dorm rooms in the creepiest premises, creepiest ideas possible. You think about Snapchat, how to send dick pics that disappear. Boom, $19 billion evaluation. You think about Facebook. Facebook is now, I don't even know how much it's worth, but it's incredibly successful. Started off as a hot or not game. And then you look at Tinder. Tinder's still kind of creepy, but it's again a very popular dating app because humans, I feel like, are just very creepy in their private lives.
Yeah, but this is derogatory. This is giving people an opportunity just to bash each other. When you talk about Snapchat, you're talking about sex. We all love sex. Facebook is giving you a chance to interact and see someone's face if they're good looking or not. This is just people spewing hate. No one wants that. This is going to fail.
I'm just saying it might deviate into something that's actually quite successful in the future.
I would say, I know that I'm outside of the norm in this, but I think that while those apps are exceptions, and they're the very small exception. I mean, you're talking about thousands of apps go for every one that doesn't even approach that size. And like Facebook is fine, and they're sort of figuring out some ways to make money. I think that they have put off the inevitable collapse. I don't think Snapchat is literally worth $19 billion. I think those numbers are made up. Apps
You heard it here first.
Apps go under constantly.
John Iderola, tech investor.
I don't think that Snapchat can literally, aside from collecting venture capital, I don't think it can generate $1.
I mean, maybe not, but there is a difference, like you mentioned. There's a difference in the way that they kind of, I guess, capitalize on different aspects of human interaction and things like that. But when you're doing this, the sort of rating people behind their backs, like when has bashing somebody behind somebody else's back with an anonymous profile, I'm talking to you trolls, when has that ever done anything productive for society? It hasn't. But do you know what I mean? It doesn't. It has nothing that's productive. Whereas Snapchat, you can watch, snaps from different countries and different.
Well, that new element is great.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, that's an incredible part of the app. Facebook, you can keep in touch with. You always have Facebook open. It's a great,
like I said, Facebook is coming up with some ways to be used.
So that's actually a great point that you mentioned about monetization, because whenever I look at a new app, I always think, like, how are they going to make money off of this, right? And it's a very creepy situation here, because they're taking all of your personal data of the person the person that's being exploited here is completely unaware of it.
Exactly.
You're putting down to their car make and model.
That's another issue. The privacy issue is present here because they're putting in all this information without your consent.
Yeah. That's literally they're assembling a directory of people's private information.
And then if you have, I don't know how it works potentially, but you could have it put in somebody's name, and then if somebody else put in their make and model of car, could you match it that way and see that information? Like, I don't know.
Like, he also has a Toyota Camry, piece of shit.
Yeah. And I'm looking in his window right now. Are you also looking in his window?
Yeah. I think if the police maybe use something like this for people to put someone in, we would all be so upset. But now, you know what I mean? Like, now people are just thinking, like, let me chat. No, this is wrong altogether.
Oh, I thought you meant they should have an app where people can literally say, I'm being harassed by this officer. Has anyone else dealt with him? And then you guys talk about the police officer. Let's start that up.
That is exactly what I was thinking.
It's a great app.
Listen, I'm a black man. Black Lives Matter. And I want to let you know that I was talking about doing an app where you collect the names of officers.
Sorry, I said it first. It's copyright now.
I know. No, that's what I said. You both heard it. You got it.
John Iderola, billionaire tech investor.
If you were going to make that app, why didn't you make that app, huh? You're going to be in my movie someday. Anyway, let's do one more. Let's do
Texas. All right. So to us, Texas is the land of bush, backwards laws, and bar brawls. But to Norwegians, it's just crazy. So crazy, in fact, that they now use the word Texas to mean crazy. So Texas Monthly noted this week that the word Hells Texas was being routinely used by Norwegians instead of completely crazy or chaotic. Now, it's not just on social media. Norway's media has been including the phrase to describe everything from sporting events to a biologist finding a tropical swordfish in Norwegian waters. Now, this term has been in use since the 1970s. Now, a local pizza joint, Dolly Dimples, is using the phrase Hells Texas, which means totally, absolutely, or completely bonkers, to describe their crazy pizza deals. Let's take a look at this Hells Crazy video.
I've never seen another video capture the essence of Texas so perfectly.
I lived there for 5.5 years. That's pretty much what it's like. The whole time.
I was born and raised in Texas.
Really?
And in Houston. And I'm not going to stand for this shit, okay? Listen, we might have given you Bush, but we also gave you Beyonce. And don't you ever forget that.
Is she Texan?
Yes, she is.
I had no idea.
Yes, Houston.
Okay, but Houston is very different than I mean, look, I lived in Austin. So that's different too.
Austin, Dallas, Waco, Houston, no matter where, you know, regions can suck it right now because we are amazing. And I'm appalled, okay? That's all I gotta say.
This is such a classic misinterpretation of American culture from foreign cultures. Like, I grew up in Turkey, and there's a saying, like, we'll always refer to Americans as Yankees. regardless of where they're from, south or north, doesn't matter. We're like, go home Yankee, go home Yankee. Like that's a classic thing. And this is so sweet, like so Norwegian. I was gonna say Swedish. Oh my god, this is so Norwegian, where it's like, oh, that game last night, bro, was so, it was so Texas, man. Like that's what Americans say, right?
That's like Norwegian accent.
That's a great Norwegian.
Vaguely Eastern European.
Yeah, I like the European. I'm just joking about that, by the way. I think this is hilarious.
No,
Like,
it's so
really
funny.
hilarious.
He says when he thinks of Texas, he pictures a cowboy crashing a party and shooting 2 revolvers into the air. It's completely Texas. Like that's so funny. I mean, no
It's
offense.
more likely he would crash his car into another car than start firing at it with
Exactly.
Here's how we retaliate, guys. Right here, right now, we start our own saying about Norway. We say Norway Jose whenever something is inappropriate.
I don't know. They're really nice. So they
Are they?
Maybe
They're not. Maybe
Are
we're
they?
misinterpreting their culture.
That's so Norway. Oh, so sweet.
Norway.
Norway. Stop it.
And by the way, we do sort of do this already. Like in the office, we joke, we say like something like, "Oh, what is this, Florida?" Because Florida's a crazy place where crazy news happens. Every crazy story comes out of
Or
Florida.
like if you're super like into health foods, or oh, you're so Cali and things like that.
No, but we
People
also
do that.
foreign countries. Like when we talk about like, oh, he's acting Irish. You know what I mean?
I've never heard anyone say that.
No, we have assumptions about the
nothing.
drinking habits of different countries and stuff like that. We say that like Russians like
Or
get
Irish
drunk and
Dubai and
wrestle,
things
or
like that.
exactly.
Or if you blow yourself up, you're like, that's so church. Just kidding. I'm Muslim. I can say that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. I blow up immunity.
I think it's funny, as someone whose name has been used in popular culture as a synonym, no bullshit. The name Karamo has been used in rap songs.
I did not know that.
It's in the Urban Dictionary to describe a more masculine, gay, thuggish man. And there was rap songs. Look it up, seriously. Look at the Urban Dictionary.
Really?
You're looking at it right now. Seriously.
Oh, she searched it. She called you bluff.
No, it is. It's in there. It's true.
He put it in himself.
I did. Yeah, I put it in. No, I did. Yeah, I put that in there. Wikipedia. And it had like rap stars rapping my name. It was horrible, but but I think it's amusing, and it just shows that Texas is the greatest place on the face of this earth. Like, come on.
It's not bad. I missed it.
Thank you. There you go.
All right.
Anyway, unfortunately, we gotta end it. It's been 2 good hours. Thank you, Hannah, for leading us through that hour. Had a lot of fun. We got Hassan for the first time.
Probably never again.
Fun. Look forward to the death threats you're gonna get.
I know.
From Turkish people.
You have it. It is.
Turkish.
Told
you.
I was wondering what he was typing during the last break. I was like, gotta get in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Karamo, as well. That was classic Karamo.
Yes.
All throughout the
I know.
hour.
That's it.
Masculine gay black man. That's what that means.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for now. Tune in the rest of the week. I believe tomorrow, Ben Mankiewicz is going to be back. We've got the return of Lisette Padilla. If you watched months ago, she's on the show pretty regularly. And then on Friday, an awesome Power Panel. And you're on Power Panel,
Next week. Nope.
Next week, okay.
Monday and Wednesday next week.
Okay. Look us up on Twitter. Look us on our channels. Hassan on Pop Trigger, Think Tank for Hannah, and HLN regularly. Yeah. And, as well as a number of other outlets as well.
As well as everything.
I make my money as a hustler.
HLN, but more importantly, Urban Dictionary. Look them up on there.
Urban Dictionary.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow.